Hello, everybody. Excuse me. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis. Excuse me. I live right here in the city of Memphis in the county of Shevins in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is early Monday morning, December the 27th, 2021. The time is 5:04 a.m. First day, thanks to all my family, my support, for your continued encouragement, support. I'm continuing to keep myself employed right here in the Memphis tri-state area and continue to further my education in Monroe College online. Continue to pursue my social research study, being administration, concentrate to marketing. At the present time, took a break from going to school in the very near future. I will be going back to Monroe College online, continue to pursue my social research study, being administration, concentrate to marketing. Now, what you see in front of you is anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing, adversus racist, against heresies. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Racist, Against Heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, issued his decree and his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banning all non-Christian writings. Also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, he also wrote a book, 3 volumes, titled Panarium, Greek, Panarium, Latin, translated Breadbasket. The scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, his 3-volume book is also Adversus Racist, Against Heresies. Now, let me go ahead and start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right in the city of Memphis. Is in the county of Shevins in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is early Monday morning, December the 27th, 2021. The time 5:07 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for continued encouragement. I'll continue to keep myself employed right in the Memphis tri-state area and continue to further my education in Monroe College online. Continue to pursue my social research study, being administrative, concentrate my at the present time, take a break and go to school. In the very near future, I will be going back to Monroe College online to continue to pursue my social research study, being administrative, concentrate mark. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing, and also Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. They wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Racist, Against Heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, issued a decree banning all non-Christian writings. Also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, He also wrote a book, 3 volumes, titled Panorama, Greek, Panorama, Latin, and translated mean bread basket. The scholars have also said that St. Epiphanes of Salamine, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is adversus herasis, against heresies. Now, I know I'm pretty much over my cold. It's just a little congestion, mostly congestion, but the head cold that I had, I'm pretty much over it. It's just a little congestion. Excuse me. Now, the almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle, the almighty Black Prince Stone, the almighty Black Disciple, Poppy, the almighty Mickey Cole, Kraken, the Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple, the Lord Stone Disciples, 7-Eleven, G Killer. And who is the so-called gangsters, the G's? The Black Gangster New Breed, the Gangster Disciple, and the Insane Gangster Disciple, and all them other nobodies. They're trying to make up all this junk on the south side of Chicago, in other parts of the state of Illinois, in the surrounding states. See, when you try to lie, and you don't get away with the lie, see, that's what you have to deal with right now. See, all these years, you've been lying. You just been going around lying. That's all there is to it. See? Nothing that you said is right. That's the reason why Eric do the things he do. Because I'm calling to tell you, you've been sitting here lying the whole time. See? So, you can sit around talking about the Black Gangster New Breed and the Gangster Disciple, Insane Gangster Disciple. Like I've been telling you, you've been lying the whole time. You just a bunch of dumbass field house niggas. To be straight to the point. That's all there is to it. Now, I mean, you know, you can deny, you know, you can be in denial, you talking and all that. Man, whatever you got to say, it don't mean nothing to me. I don't care nothing about you. I don't give a damn about you. I don't. You know, I just don't want nobody to be talking about little baby and little Ray Ray. To me. Because, see, I'm not in the position you're in. I'm not the one going around lying. See? And then when you get caught in a lie, you don't want to admit it. So you go through this process of denial, and then you don't want to get punished. So now you want to run and hide. Well, that's basically what the LSD is having to deal with. A bunch of bitches on the south side of Chicago called the Black Gangster New Breed and the Gangster Simon, the Insane Gangster, and all them other outshot who try to use you for protection. See, on the east coast of the United States of America, in the state of Ohio. See, you don't get away with lying. That's what our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ told you in the Holy Bible, that the devil and all of his angels, you will be punished. And all those who go and listen to the devil and his angels, you're going to be punished with the devil and his angels for all eternity. You don't get away. You don't get away with doing wrong, man. See, it's going to catch up with you. You can be in denial and you can not want to get punished and be held accountable and responsible for the wrong that you have done and doing. But it's going to come. You ain't got no say in it. You ain't got no say. See, it's just like when you go into a court of law in the United States of America, in the U.S. territory, and around the world. When you do wrong, you don't tell the people in the courtroom well, my punishment should be that I should be on parole. And as a matter of fact, I just put me on house arrest. And man, you wanted for murder and rape and all kind of stuff. Who you think you supposed to be gonna come in the courtroom and tell the judge and the prosecutor and the public defender's office what your punishment should be? You ain't no damn bad on the south side of Chicago to tell me and everybody else. It's people in Nebraska. It's people in Montana and Wyoming and North and South Dakota. It's people in Hawaii and Alaska. It's people in Colorado, in Nevada, Arizona. See, you don't do that. You don't tell me. You don't tell me what your punishment should be. God damn it, I'm telling you, you're gonna be held accountable and responsible. Yeah, the people in the state of Washington, talking about some damn people on the East Coast in the state of Ohio. People in the state of Oklahoma. See, you don't do that. People in Kansas. You don't do that, man. You don't do that. See? Just like I've been calling to tell you, you've been lying the whole time, and you're gonna be held accountable and responsible. So get all your stuff and go on down the street somewhere. Because you ain't nobody. You ain't nobody. You ain't never been nobody. You ain't gonna never be nobody. Never. You ain't gonna never get away with the wrong that you done and the wrong that you be doing. I'm telling you. You ain't got no business being on the south side of Chicago. I'm telling you. I don't even like telling you anything. I want to show you. I really do. I want to show you. It's wrong. It's wrong what you done and what you be doing. It's wrong. It ain't right, man. You ain't nobody to be scared of. And then talking about respect. Respect. You a joke, man. You ain't no damn body. But I'm telling you like this, you gonna learn the hard way. You ain't got nobody to blame but yourself. Look in the mirror. You want to be mad at somebody? Look in the goddamn mirror. Just like that song Michael Jackson sang, The Man in the Mirror. Look in the goddamn mirror. You ain't got nobody to blame but yourself. It's some dumbass nigga sitting up in the federal penitentiary named Larry Hoover. You ain't nobody. How is it that all them people in the federal penitentiary, you don't see that dumbass field house nigga walking around talking about he the leader of the gangster or something? He been wanting to be a gang leader all his life. Nigga, you ain't nobody. You just a dumbass field house nigga. Get straight to the point. It's not right. It's not right. Now, let me, I know this weekend, Friday was Christmas Eve, And fortunately, I was off. I had the opportunity to be off from work. And as you know, Saturday was Christmas Day. And you know what Christmas is about? It's celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the Son of God. And I hope and pray that everyone had a Merry Christmas. And even though, despite a lot of people's hardships and natural disasters happen, and but a lot of if we can just say that we still alive, like that old saying, material things can be replaced. We know that earthquakes happen, and hurricanes and tornadoes, floods, wildfires, natural disasters, things that just is natural disaster, and it's a hardship. Men and women and the children. A man can go to work and a woman can go to work and work 8 hours and overtime and in an instant. A tornado can just, we seen it this past, few weeks ago, just completely just went through and parts of America and destroyed all of them. Everything that you work for, everything that you built, man-made, destroyed. But the thing that we can be blessed about is that you can build a house again. All the buildings and things that were destroyed. Cars destroyed. But those things, material, they can be replaced. And we pray to God for all the lives, that were lost in a natural disaster. And it's in God's hand. Their lives, as well as ours, who are still living. God is in control. God is God. And we get on our hands and knees and we pray. We always thank God for all the blessings that God provides us all with, and for His guidance. And so we continue to look to God to help us each and every day of our life. And we continue to seek God out and to always let every word it's congestion, mostly congestion. I'm pretty much over the cold. It's mostly congestion. But continue to put God first. That's the thing about it. Put God first. And this coming, as you know, after Christmas come New Year's. And so New Year's Eve will be Friday, and Saturday will be New Year's Day, 2022. So we hope and pray that 2022 and be a blessed year for all of us. And we just gonna hope and pray. And while we were talking about the weather here in the city of Memphis, in Shelby County, the state of Tennessee, It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. But let me look over here right quick. Let me see something. Oh, the NBA score. The Grizzlies 127. Sacramento Kings 102. Nah. Oh. Dallas Cowboys 56, Washington 14. Chicago Bears 25. Seattle Seahawks 24. Tennessee Titans 20. San Francisco 49 17. Let me get back over here. Get off this. Now this is my dad. Excuse me. Now that's my dad, Chester Johnson Jr. And he passed away in 2012. And that's my mother, Annie Bell Johnson, still alive. And that's my daddy's little brother, Lemon Johnson. While I was incarcerated, he was murdered and background check. But you know, talking about the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois. Hold on for a minute. And so, excuse me, my dad and Lemmy, grandmama, she had another son over in Arkansas. And Walter, my Uncle Walter. And he was living in Chicago till the day he passed away. And Justin, me and Walter, they had a sister. She was living in Chicago too till the day she passed away. And my mama had another son who was born in Mississippi, living in Mississippi till the day he passed away. And then grandmama had, she had another son, born in Chicago, lived in Chicago till the day he passed away. And so, when it comes to the city of Chicago, state of Illinois, the history of the city of Chicago right there in front of you. See, like I told you, man. Just like I told you. You ain't right. See, you ain't right. So, what you talking about? Talking about some Gnosticism and esotericism? You ain't gonna never get away with it. Never. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. On the east coast of the United States of America, in the state of Ohio, on the south side of Chicago, talking about some black gangster, new breed, some gangster cypher, some insane gangster, and anything else you try to make up. You ain't gonna never get away with it. See, this is the reason why I told all you blood gang, crib gang, I constantly tell you over and over. I kept calling to tell you ain't gonna never be right. You can't stand up on no lie. You can't stand on no lie. And then think you gonna just go around trying to pretend being in denial. It ain't gonna never work. It ain't gonna never work. It ain't gonna never work. You ain't gonna never get away with it. Constantly tell you over and over again. Like I've been saying, see, on the east coast of the United States of America, in the state of Ohio, talking about some sorority and fraternity, them soul hoes and frat bitches, you ain't gonna never get away with trying to use no esotericism. And talking about some narcissism trying to use the nag of my library. You ain't gonna never get away with it. I'm telling you ain't gonna never get away with it. Never. Only thing gonna happen is gonna be retaliation. There's gonna be so many people that gonna be mad. There's gonna be dead bodies being found all over the place. Because you can't do that to people, man. And then have the nerve to think in your mind that they gonna sit there and let you get away with it. That's senseless, man. That's senseless. That don't make sense. Just to sit up and lie to yourself and then think you can go around trying to lie to other people and then think they're going to sit there and let you get away with it. And you got the nerve to think somebody going to take something off you, somebody that's scared of you. You the coward. You the coward. You ain't got the fortitude, the moral fortitude to stand up for your own self. You a coward. I want to take a little moment here. Excuse me. And for young Dolph, Adolph Thornton Jr., born in Chicago, and lived in the city of Memphis. He also lived in Atlanta, Georgia. Like I say, congestion. And so the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as well as all law enforcement, are still trying to find those two suspects, as well as others who possibly could have been involved. And so I'm very optimistic. Because see, them two dumb punks, cowards, they dumb, just dumb. You know, just to get straight to the point, they just dumb. Excuse me. I was just reading the news, and the news is saying, like I've been saying all the time, that the federal FBI, they involved. Now the Memphis Police Department, as well as law enforcement in general, they still investigating the case, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation is involved. Now, they haven't turned up any leads. However, just knowing that the Memphis Police Department and law enforcement in general, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they have a wider range of investigating. Whereas the Memphis Police Department, like Shelby County Sheriff Department, that's mostly local. And Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, that's mostly in it. But the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's worldwide. Now, they investigating. And as of yet, they haven't turned up any leads. However, still, I'm optimistic that, like in the investigation, sometimes, just keep investigating. Because first of all, them two suspects, as well as those involved, you're not smart. They not smart. This ain't the first time that the Memphis Police Department and the FBI got to deal with a ski mask. That ain't nothing new. There's a lot of people in prison, federal and state, who tried to do the same thing, try to use a ski mask. They ass in federal prison and state prison. So, you ain't smart. You ain't smart. Eventually, they gonna get caught. Because when you go on the run, that's not an easy thing to do. Don't try to make it sound like that's easy. Man, you wanted for capital murder. They wanted for capital murder. You not wanted for no jaywalking. You wanted for capital murder. People everywhere looking for you. People all over the world reporting about young Dolph. See, people all over the world is reporting about young Dolph being murdered. People all over the world want you arrested. You see what I'm saying? People all over the world want you arrested. And not only arrested, they want you charged, and they want you convicted, and they want you sentenced to death. Because there's a death penalty case of capital murder. You facing death penalty, and you're going to get the death penalty. Ain't no way in hell it ain't no plea bargain in this case. It ain't no plea bargain in this case. Now you can run and try to hide, but man, eventually, the Memphis Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation working together as well as other law enforcement, you're going to get caught. Because in a death penalty case, capital murder, any law enforcement agency, they see you. If they don't kill you, they going to bring you in, man. You ain't getting away. And like I said, trying to go on the run, that's not no easy thing to do. Because as you run, it's evidence. You're going to get caught. You're going to get caught. Because like they always say, criminals always make mistakes. And when you look at the video, it's so many mistakes that you already made. You're going to get caught. As well as those who tried to help you, your accomplices. You're going to get caught. And your ass going to get punished. Tell you. So like I said, I'm very optimistic. Nobody, the family and friends of young Dolph, don't be pessimistic. Be optimistic. They not getting away. They not smart. They not smart. And those who they accomplish, they not smart. It's just a little time. They thought they gonna put some kind of plan together. Man, you not smart. You not smart. You will get caught. And when you get caught, you're going to be charged with capital murder. It's a death penalty case. You ain't going to get away. You don't get away on no death penalty case. No. You may think you smart, but you ain't smart. See? And then, like I told you once before, like on my last video, goddamn, I know on the west side of Chicago, I know the conservative vice lord, they not your friend. They ain't trying to help you. I know. Harry know. The conservative vice lord, they not your friend. Talking about going on the run. Because your ass ain't gonna show up on the west side of Chicago. I know. See? I know. You ain't got no friends on the west side of Chicago. Man, no. And then, man, talking about them black Princeton. Them black Princeton not your friend. Them black Princetons ain't your friend. They not your friend. And them black disciples, they not your friend, man. I'm telling you. They not, and then you tell me you wanted for capital murder for shooting and killing young Dolph. Man, ain't nobody finna have the Fed and the Memphis Police Department trying to charge them with anything. The Mickey Cobras, man, they is not your friend. They not your friend. They is not trying to help you. And then tell me you did something like that, all them my people, man, them Latin King, they not your friend. And them white guys, man, what make you think them white guys, man, them white guys up there, almighty gay lords, Shy West, man, they not your friend. Trying to go on the run. And then the folks, them white, man, the deuces, they been around since the 50s. They not your friend. Who the hell you think you supposed to be? They not your friend. Simon City Roy, they not your damn friend, man. They don't give a damn about you. Talking about going on the run for capital murder, for shooting and killing young Dolph. Man, you is crazy. Them Latinos, they not, man, them maniac Latin disciples, they is not trying to help you, man. They not trying to help you. The Raza, they not your friend. The folks in my people, they are not your friend. Now them bitches over there on the south side of Chicago call themselves the Black Gangster New Breeze and the Gangster Disciple, and they ain't saying they got enough problems as it is. They know they ain't gonna get away with it because the folks in my people, they not your friends anyway. Because I've been contact, man, you been lying the whole time. And then out there in Los Angeles, California, Blood Gang, Crip Gang, them blood sets and them Crip sets, they ain't finna, man, they ain't finna help you, man. Talking about you shot and killed young Dolph. You ain't gonna never get away. It's just a matter of time. Trying to go on the run for capital murder. Man, like I just read it. And this recent, I just read it. They saying that the feds, they trying to talk to their informants, and still the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they investigate, they worldwide. Man, you can't go on the run. What you think you gonna do? You gonna jump on an airplane? Man, you is crazy. You ain't gonna get away with no capital murder. You ain't gonna never get away. You can try to run and hide. Eventually, your ass gonna get brought in. You can't go on the run forever. That's the hardest thing, man. There ain't no easy thing to do, to be wanted for capital murder. Man, what you thinking? Man, you underestimate the FBI. You underestimate the FBI. And that's a stupid thing to do. Like I've been telling you the dumbest criminals I ever seen in my life. Don't try to put a ski mask on. Man, your hair is evidence. Your skin, they ain't looking for no women. The FBI not looking for no women. They already know them two men, them two male suspects. See, ain't none of the women no suspect. That's how dumb you are. That's how dumb you are. Ain't none of these women got to worry about the FBI or the Memphis Police Department bringing them in for no capital murder, shooting and killing young Dolph. So now they looking for two male suspects. They gonna get caught. They gonna get caught because they dumb. They dumb. See, a smart person make the smart choices and smart decisions, just like young Dolph. That's a smart young man. Him and Key Glock, And that young lady that his young lady that young Dolph was involved, and the mother of his 2 children, that's a smart young lady. Make smart choices and smart decisions. You see them 2 dumbass punks, cowards. They cowards. Man, you don't get away with doing nothing like that. You wanted by everybody. You don't get away with trying to run, go on a run for no, especially for no capital murder. You underestimate the FBI. Now, I just read. It may seem like the FBI, they ain't got no, but just give them time. They gonna catch you. Like they caught the rest of them that's seen their ass in the federal penitentiary. In the state penitentiary. Man, you don't get away. No, you ain't smart. You see them tennis shoes they were wearing? You see them tennis shoes they were wearing? That's evidence. That's how dumb you are. Getting in and out the car. You dumb. You dumb. And you had already committed a crime. You dumb. You dumb. Your whole life just gone. See what I'm talking about? See, a smart person makes smart choices and smart decisions. Just like today Monday morning. Smart person gonna go to work this morning. Dumbass people like them too. They on the run this morning. They still trying to run and hide from the FBI, from the Memphis Police Department, from the Shelby County Sheriff Department, from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Hell, they trying to run from all law enforcement for capital murder, shooting and killing young Dolph. Man, you don't get away with that, man. You don't never get away. You don't never get away.
Call from 1-900 navigation to 05.
Nobody. But like I say, you know, that was wrong what you did. That young man, young Dolph, he made smart choices, smart decisions. And that's not right, to shoot and kill that young man. And that wasn't right. And you're going to be apprehended, and you're going to be held accountable and responsible for the wrong that you done. And all those who are accomplices, you thought that was okay. Well, you thought that was, well, you're going to find out. You're going to find out the hard way. You're going to find out the hard way. You don't do that. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Then you ain't nobody to be scared of. It may seem like here, I'm sitting here talking. Mr. Nice Guy. But you know, when I'm walking around out on the street, Mr. Nice Guy that you think I am, I'm not the one you want to cross on the street. And when I see them 2 bitches, see, being nice to them, you don't want to cross me on these streets, bitch. You don't want to see me. See, I be different. I'm a different person. I'm totally different. Totally different. But being at home, speaking on a microphone, it just seemed like Mr. Nice Guy. But when I look at them too, and then when I look out here on the street, that's not the way I am all the time. Especially when I'm mad. And when I look at them too, see, I don't have no regard for them, period. In no shape, form, or fashion. See, it's just like I said, see, on the west side of Chicago, see, you take people for granted. Then I look at the black disciples, the Black Prince Stone, the Mickey Cobras. See, you take people for granted. And then all the folks into my people. See, them guys, man, they've been doing it for years. Shooting and killing. They've been doing that shit for years. For a long time. Being out there in Los Angeles, California, you know, they had all this blood versus Crip, or Crip versus blood, all that. But then, see, you don't need to take people for granted, man. You don't need to take people. See, some people are key, man, I'm telling you. But like I said, y'all know the FBI, and I kind of throw it out there because, you know, this is one of them times when you really do want them bitches to get brought in because it's something that you did. It's you know, people in the mind of the general public. You know, it's just as easy to kill you because hell, the police will kill you. You see what I'm talking about? Hell, the police will kill you. They kill people all the time. The police are key. And let alone talking about the Vice Lords and the Mickey Cobras and the Black Disciples and the Black Prince. Killing you ain't nothing new. You'll just be another dead motherfucker that they didn't kill. The same thing with the Bloods and the Crips. If they seen you, they can go and kill you. But like I said, I kind of throw it out there because it's true. The Memphis Police Department is trying to bring them in. Because they want it for capital murder. The death penalty. The death penalty. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, they looking for them too. They looking for them too. They want it for capital murder. That's the death penalty. It ain't no plea bargain. It ain't no plea bargain. See, because you do dumbass criminals. You don't have no way of going into court and trying to plea out of it. It ain't no plea bargain. Ain't no plea bargain. See, you don't know what the police and the FBI do to make sure that when they bring your ass in, it ain't no plea bargain. Because when they identify you, who said they got to bring you in right then and then? Once they know who you are, they gonna start building a case against you. And once they build a case against you, that's it. Ain't no plea bargain. You can try to talk about somebody else and all that, man. You gonna get the death penalty. And when they say the death penalty, they gonna execute your ass. That's the reason why I kind of throw that out there. Because you not the type of people that gonna just sit on death row. No. When they bring your ass in, and when they convict you, and when they send you to the penitentiary and put you on death row, you won't be sitting your ass on death row for long. Just like the DC sniper. I just remind me, like the DC sniper. It wasn't long. Once they got convicted, it wasn't long before they put his ass to death. And that's gonna be the same thing for them too. When they get you, when they bring you in, you're gonna get the death penalty. And not just on paper. You won't be sitting your ass on death row. You'll be sitting there for a minute, but I'm telling you this. It's gonna be, you're gonna get that death penalty. You're gonna get it. Because public outcry. I'm telling you, you don't do that, man. See, it just, the FBI and the Memphis Police Department, they investigating. And when they investigate, they follow leads. It's just a matter of time. Because see, once they get them leads out the way, see, you can't run from the FBI. The FBI is worldwide. I'm gonna go ahead and get my reading in and do my reading, and then I'm gonna shut it down, and then I'm gonna end my video, and looking forward to New Year's. But like I say, I'm optimistic that them two bitches, they will be apprehended, and they gonna be charged, and they gonna get the death penalty, and they will be executed. It's the public outcry, man. Ain't no damn way in hell you gonna linger on death, man. It ain't no way. Now, I'm gonna go to, now you can go to BibleStudyTube.com. Now the heat coming on. I should have clicked it down one more. Cause it ain't really hot, cold or nothing, but yeah. And like I said, excuse me. Like I said, you can go to BibleStudyTube.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible. And you can also go to BibleGateway.com. And that's what I'm reading from, BibleGateway.com. Available versions in English. As you know, you got the common English Bible, has the Apocrypha. Dewey Rings, 1899 American edition, has the Apocrypha. And the Good News Translation, I usually try to read from the Good News Translation. It has the Apocrypha. And what's this? The New Revised Standard Version has the Apocrypha, and the New Revised Standard Version, Anglicized, has the Apocrypha. And the Revised Standard Version has the Apocrypha, as well as the Wycliffe Bible has the Apocrypha. So, like I said, I'm going to go up here to the Good News Translation. think and what I'm going to read today is Sirach, chapter 7, verses 1 through 36. Sirach, chapter 7, verses 1 through 36. Now, last week, I read Sirach, chapter 5, verses 1 through 15. And it just so happened that I was looking at the other apocryphal, like Tibet, Baruch, Judith, and Esther. And under the circumstance and the mood that I'm in, as well as those who be listening, you understand? So when I see something that catches my attention, I feel like at this time it's appropriate, like later on, to read the apocrypha, Esther and Judith, but right now I feel like it's appropriate at this time to read something that's on a different, and give you some advice, and so like I said last week, I read Sirach chapter 5, verses 1 through 15, and like I said today, Sirach chapter 7, verses 1 through 36. And so as it reads, excuse me. If you do no wrong will ever come to you. Do not plow the ground to plant seeds of injustice. You may reap a bigger harvest than you expect. Don't ask the Lord for a place of honor or ask the king for an important position. Don't try to convince the Lord that you are righteous or make a show of your wisdom before the king. Don't set your heart on being a judge unless you have the strength of character it takes to put an end to injustice. If you let yourself be influenced by someone in a position of power, your integrity will be damaged. Don't commit any crime against the general public, and don't disgrace yourself among your townspeople. Don't commit the same sin twice. The punishment you get the first time ought to be enough. Don't think that God Most High is going to take into account how very generous you are, and so accept any offer you decide to make. Never get tired of praying, and never miss a chance to give to the poor. Don't laugh at someone who has been humiliated. It is the Lord who humbles a person, but the Lord also raises him up again. Don't think of lies to tell about your friends. Don't tell lies at all. It never does any good. In an official assembly, don't get up and talk a lot of nonsense. And don't repeat yourself when you pray. Don't try to avoid farm work or other hard labor. The Most High has given us these jobs to do. Don't join up with the crowd of sinners. Remember that the Lord's punishment is sure to come. Be very humble, because the decay of death awaits us all. And also, the title of that was Miscellaneous Advice for those verses 1 through 17. Now, the title of the verses of 18 through 36 is Relations with Others. And it reads, verse 18, don't betray a friend for money. Don't betray a real friend for all the gold in the world. Don't miss your chance to marry a wise and good woman. A gracious wife is worth more than gold. Don't mistreat servants who do their work well, or employees who do their best for you. Show the same love to wise servants that you will show to yourself, and let them have their freedom. Take good care of any animals you own. If they make money for you, keep them. If you have sons, educate them. Teach them self-discipline while they are young. If you have daughters, keep them virtuous, and don't be too indulgent with them. When you give your daughters in marriage, you have finished a great task, but give her to a sensible man. If you have a good wife, do not divorce her, but do not trust yourself to someone you don't love. Honor your father with all your heart, and never forget how your mother suffered when you were born. Remember that you owe your life to them. How can you ever repay them for all they have done for you? Fear the Lord with all your heart, and have respect for your priest, for his priests. Love your Creator with all your strength, and give his ministers your support. Honor the Lord and respect the priests. Supply them with what you have been commanded to give: the first produce, the offering for sin, the shoulder of the sacrificial animal, all the required sacrifices and offerings. Give your help to the poor, and the Lord will give you his perfect blessing. Be generous to every living soul, and be gracious to the memory of the dead. Show sympathy to those who have lost a loved one, and mourn with them. Do not hesitate to visit the sick. You will be loved for things like this. Whatever you do, remember that someday you must die. As long as you keep this in mind, you will never sin. And like I said, I read from the Apocrypha, from the Good News Translation. And within an American Publishing Society, they the publisher of the Bible. Read from Sirach, chapter 7, verses 1 through 36, and verses 1 through 17. The title, Miscellaneous Advice. And verses 18 through 36, the title, Relations with Others. So now, what I'm going to do now, continue my reading. Go to the website, www.earlychristianwriting.com, and click Church Fathers. And then go to Saint Irenaeus. Five-volume book that he wrote with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. Now last week, I read from the Verses at Races Against Heresies, Book 1, Chapter 4, verse 5, Chapter 2, Book 2, Book 2, Chapter 6, verse 1, and Book 3, Chapter 6, verse 2, Book 4, Chapter 5, verse 2, and Book 5, Chapter 7, verse 1. So, So today, I'm going to read from Book 1, Chapter 5, titled Formation of the Demiurge, Description of Him. He is the creator of everything outside of the pleroma. And I'm going to read verse 1. And it reads, These three kinds of existence, then having according to them been now formed, one from the passion, which was matter, a second from the conversion, which was animal, and the third, that which she, Achamoth herself, brought forth, which was spiritual. She next addressed herself to the task of giving these forms, but she could not succeed in doing this as respected the spiritual existence, because it was of the same nature with herself. She therefore applied herself to give form to the animal substance which had proceeded from her own conversion, and to bring forth to light the instructions of the Savior. And they say she first formed out of animal substance him who is Father and King of all things, both of these which are of the same nature with himself. That is, animal substances, which they also call right-handed, and those which sprang from the passion and from matter, which they call left-handed, for they affirm that he formed all the things which came into existence after him, being secretly impelled thereto by his mother. From this circumstance they styled him Metropator, Apator, Demiurge, and Father. saying that he is father of the substances on the right hand, that is, of the animal, but demiurge of those on the left, that is, of the material, while he is at the same time the king of all. For they say that this Enthemesis, desirous of making all things to the honor of the eons, formed images of them, or rather that the Savior did so through her instrumentality. And she, in the image of the invisible Father, kept herself concealed from the demiurge, but he was in the image of the only begotten Son, and the angels and the archangels created by him were in the image of the rest of the eons. So today, I read at verses Heresies against heresy, book number 1, chapter 5, titled Formation of the Demiurge, description of him. He is the creator of everything outside of the plural. Verse number 1. Now again, last week I read book number 2, chapter 6, verse 1. So today, I'm going to read chapter 6, titled, The Angels and the Creator of the World Could Not Have Been Ignorant of the Supreme God. And I'm going to read verse number 2. And it reads, And on this account, all things have been, by general consent, placed under the sway of him who is styled the Most High and the Almighty, by calling upon him. Even before the coming of our Lord, men were saved both from most wicked spirits and from all kinds of demons, and from every sort of apostate power. This was the case not as if earthly spirits or demons had seen him, but because they knew of the existence of him who is God over all, at whose invocation they tremble, as there does tremble every creature and principality and power, and every being endowed with energy under his government. By way of parallel, shall not those who live under the empire of the Romans, although they have never seen the emperor, but are far separated from him both by land and sea, know very well, as they experience his rule, who it is that possesses the principal power in the state. How then could it be that those angels who are superior to us in nature, or even he whom they call the creator of the world, did not know the Almighty, when even dumb animals tremble and yield at the invocation of his name? And as although they have not seen him, yet all things are subject to the name of our Lord, so must they also be to his who made and established all things by his word, since it was no other than he who formed the world. And for this reason do the Jews even now put demons to flight by means of this very adjuration, inasmuch as all beings fear the invocation of him who created them. So today I read at verses that races against heresies, book number 2, chapter 6, titled, The Angels and the Creator of the World could not have been ignorant of the supreme God. Verse number 2. Now last week I read from book number 3, chapter 6, titled The Holy Ghost. Throughout the Old Testament scriptures made mention of no other God or Lord save him who is the true God. And I read verse number 2. And so today I'm going to read from chapter 6. Verse number 3. And it reads, when, however, the scripture terms that gods, which are no gods, it does not, as I have already remarked, declare them as gods in every sense, but with a certain addition and signification by which they are shown to be no gods at all. As with David, the gods of the heathen are idols of demons, and ye shall not follow other gods, for in that he said the gods of the heathen, but the heathen are ignorant of the true God, and calls them other gods. He bars their claim to be looked upon as gods at all, but as to what they are in their own person. He speaks concerning them, for they are, he said, the idols of demons. And Isaiah, let them be confounded, all who blaspheme God and carve useless things. Even I am witness, say of God. He removes them from the category of gods. But he makes use of the word alone for this purpose, that we may know of whom he speaks. Jeremiah also says the same. The gods that have not made the heavens and earth, let them perish from the earth which is under the heaven. For from the fact of his having subjoined their destruction, he shows them to be no gods at all. Elias too, when all Israel was assembled at Mount Carmel, wishing to turn them from idolatry, says to them, how long halt ye between two opinions? If the Lord be God, follow him. And again, at the burnt offering, he thus addresses the idolatrous priests. Ye shall call upon the name of your gods, and I will call on the name of the Lord my God. And the Lord, they will hearken by fire. He is God. Now, from the fact of the prophet having said these words, he proves that these gods, which were reputed so among those men, are no gods at all. He declared them to that. He directed them to that God upon whom he believed and who was truly God, whom invoking he exclaimed, Lord God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob. Hear me today, and let all these people know that thou art the God of Israel. And so today, I read book 3 and verses that races against heresies. Read chapter 6, titled, The Holy Ghost throughout the Old Testament scripture made mention of no other God or Lord, save him who is the true God. And I read verse 3. Now last week, I read from book 4 against adversity that races against heresies. And read chapter 5, titled, The Author Returns to His Former Argument and showed that there was but one God announced by the law and prophets, whom Christ confesses as his Father, and who, through his word, one living God, with him, made himself known to men in both covenants. And read verse 2. And today, don't read verse 3. And it reads, And teaching this very thing, he said to the Jews, Your father Abraham rejoiced that he should see my day. And he saw it and was glad. What is intended? Abraham believed God, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness. In the first place, he believed that he was the maker of heaven and earth, the only God. And in the next place, that he would make his seed as the stars of heaven. This is what is meant by Paul when he says, as lights in the world, righteously, therefore, having left his earthly kindred, he followed the word of God, walking as a pilgrim with the word, that he might afterwards have his abode with the word. And so, today I read verse 3 from chapter 5, titled, The Author Returns to His Former Argument and showed that there was but one God, announced by the law and prophets, whom Christ confesses as his Father, and who, through his word, one living God with him, made himself known to men in both covenants. And I read from book 4 and verses that races against heresies. last week, I read from book 5 and verses and races. Read chapter 7, titled, Inasmuch as Christ did rise in our flesh, it follows that we shall be also raised in the same. Since the resurrection promised to us should not be referred to spirits naturally immortal, but the bodies in themselves mortal. And I read verse number 1. So today, I'm going to read verse number 2. And it reads, But what is that which, like a grain of wheat, is sown in the earth and decays, unless it be the bodies which are laid in the earth, into which seeds are also cast. And for this reason he said, It is sown in dishonor, it rises in glory. For what is more ignoble than dead flesh? Or on the other hand, what is more glorious than the same when it arises and partakes of incorruption? It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. In its own weakness certainly, because since it is earth, it goes to earth, but it is quickened by the power of God, who raises it from the dead. It is sown an animal body, it rises a spiritual body. He has taught beyond all doubt that such language was not used by him either with reference to the soul or to the spirit, but to bodies that have become corpses. For these are animal bodies, that is, bodies which partake of life, which when they have lost, they succumb to death. Then, rising through the Spirit's instrumentality, they become spiritual bodies, so that by the Spirit they possess a perpetual life. For now, he says, we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But then face to face, and this it is which has been said also by Peter, whom having not seen ye love, and whom now also not seeing ye believe, and believing ye shall rejoice with joy unspeakable. For our face shall see the face of the Lord, and shall rejoice with joy unspeakable. That is to say, when it shall behold its own delight. And so today I read verse number 2 from chapter 7, titled, Insomuch as Christ did rise in our flesh, it follows that we shall be also raised in the same. Since the resurrection promised to us should not be referred to spirits naturally immortal, but the bodies in themselves mortal. And I read from book number 5 and verses that races against heresies. Now, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, the development of the canon of the New Testament. And we're going to be reading from the website, NewTestamentCanon.org. And like I said, the title of the website, the development of the canon of the New Testament. Saint Athanasius of Alexandria, born 293 Common Era in Alexandria, and he died May the 2nd, 373 Common Era in Alexandria. Saint Athanasius, theologian, ecclesiastical statesman, and Egyptian national leader, was the chief defender of Christian orthodoxy in the 4th century battle against Arianism, the heresy that the Son of God was a creature of light, but not of the same substance as God the Father. Athanasius attended the Council of Nicaea in 325, and shortly thereafter became Bishop of Alexandria in 328. For the rest of his life, he was engaged in theological and political struggles with the emperor and with Arian churchmen. Being banished from Alexandria several times, he wrote many important works, including his major theological treatise, The Life of Saint Anthony, and 4 orations against the Arians, and a number of letters on theological, pastoral, and administrative topics. A Catholic encyclopedia article is online at Saint Athanasius. A clear acknowledgement of the New Testament canon of 27 books appears in the 39th festal letter of Athanasius. Here the threefold division of origin or Eusebius is abandoned. As springs of salvation, there are only the 27 writings which the doctrine of piety is proclaimed. Over against them are set the Apocrypha, fabricated by the heretics, on the Didact and Shepherd of Hermas. Besides, a few Old Testament Apocrypha are permitted for reading by those newly received into the church. Since the fathers have so appointed, but these writings are not canonical, we may, however, infer from the concession that the two writings mentioned still enjoy very great esteem. For a visual summary of Athanasius' opinion, see the cross-reference table. There is no question that their emphasis on the exclusiveness and finality of the canon is closely connected with Athanasius' total theological conception, anti-heretical and Bible-related. Over and above that, it has to be observed that precisely in the years after 362, his concern was directed toward the unity of the Orthodox Church, and hence that for him a uniform canon was also a necessity. It is important that Athanasius turned sharply against all apocrypha, so that the lines are drawn as sharply as possible between canonical and apocryphal writings, whatever they may be in terms of their origin, their content, or their age. The apocrypha are downgraded as heretical and therefore excluded from any ecclesiastical use. We cannot establish what effect Athanasius' letter had outside of Egypt. We may conjecture that it advanced the recognition of the 7 Catholic epistles in the East, but it could not remove the opposition to the revelation of John. This book only achieved its firm place in the canon of the Greek Church in the 10th century. Now, the 39th festal letter of Athanasius in 367 come here. It was an ancient custom for the Bishop of Alexandria to write, if possible, every year soon after Epiphany, a so-called festal epistle to the Egyptian churches and monasteries under his authority, in which he informed them of the date of Easter and the beginning of the Lenten fast by fixing the date of Easter. This year, the epistle fixed all the days of all Christian festivals of the year. In view of the reputation of Alexandrian scholars who were devoted to astronomical calculation, it is not surprising that other parts of Christendom should eventually come to rely on the Egyptian church for information concerning the date of Easter. Made available to the Western church through the Bishop of Rome and to the Syrian church through the Bishop of Antioch. From Athanasius' 39th festal letter in the year 367. Since, however, we have spoken of the heretics as dead, but of ourselves as possessors of the divine writings unto salvation, and since I am afraid that, as Paul has written to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, the 11th chapter, 3rd verse, some guileless person may be led astray from their purity and holiness by the craftiness of certain men, and begin thereafter to pay attention to other books, the so-called apocryphal writing, being deceived by their possession of the same names as the genuine books. I therefore exhort you to patience when, out of regard to the church's need and benefit, I mention in my letter matters with which you are acquainted. It being my intention to mention these matters, I shall, for the commendation of my venture, follow the example of the evangelists Luke and say, Luke, the 1st chapter, verses 1 through 4. Since some have taken in hand to set in order for themselves the so-called apocrypha, and to mingle them with the God-inspired scripture, concerning which we have attained to a sure persuasion, according to what the original eyewitness and ministers of the word have delivered unto our fathers. I also, having been urged by true brethren, and having investigated the matter from the beginning, have decided to set forth in order the writings that have been put in the canon, that have been handed down and confirmed as divine, in order that everyone who has been led astray may condemn his seducers, and that everyone who has remained stainless may rejoice, being again reminded of that. Now, Athanasius now in the first place enumerates the scriptures of the Old Testament. He then proceeds. Continuing, I must without hesitation mention the scriptures of the New Testament. They are the following: the four Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. After them, the Acts of the Apostles. Excuse me. And the seven so-called Catholic epistles of the apostles, namely one of James, two of Peter, then three of John, and after these, one of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in the following order: first to the Romans, then two to the Corinthians, and then after these, the one to the Galatians. Following it, the one to the Ephesians, thereafter one to the Philippians, and the one to the Colossians, and two to the Thessalonians, and the epistle to the Hebrews. And then immediately two to Timothy, and one to Titus, and last one to Philemon. Yet further, the revelation of John. These are the springs of salvation, in order that he who is thirsty may fully refresh himself with the words contained in them. In them alone is the doctrine of piety proclaimed. Let no one add anything to them or take anything away from them. But for the sake of greater accuracy, I add, being constrained to write, that there are also other books besides these, which have not indeed been put in the canon, but have been appointed by the fathers as reading matter for those who have just come forward, in which to be instructed in the doctrine of piety. The wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, Esther, Judah, Tobias, the so-called teacher, Didac, of the apostles, and the shepherd, and although beloved, the former are in the canon, and the latter serve as reading matter, yet mention is nowhere made of the apocrypha. Rather, they are a fabrication of the heretics, who write them down when it pleases them, and generously assign them an early date of composition, in order that they may be able to draw upon them in supposedly ancient writings, and having them occasion to deceive the godless. So again, I read from the website of the development of the canon of the New Testament. St. Athanasius of Alexandria. And his what's his website? NewTestamentCanon.org. Part 19. Well, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start reading part 19, and if I still feel like I got enough time, let me see, scroll to 20. I guess I finish off on 20 because what comes after 20? Part, section, part 19 and 20. Then it goes into the incarnation. So let's start reading on 19. Part 19 is titled Epiphanes Against the Osemians. Oceans. So like I said, last week read from the Panorean Greek, Panorean Latin, translated breadbasket, book 1, section 1, part 17, 1 through 2:5, and part 18, 1 through 3:5. So I'm gonna start reading on 19, part 19. 65, part 19:11 through 65. Then it'll be part 20, Epiphanes against the Herodians. So let me start reading on part 19. Epiphanes against the OCNs. And it reads, after this sect in turn comes another one which is closely connected with them, the one called the sect of the OCNs. These are Jews like the others, hypocritical in their behavior and horrid in their way of thinking. I have been told that they originally came from Nabatea, Iturea, Moabitis, and Arealis. The land beyond the basin of what sacred scripture calls the Salt Sea. This is the one which is called the Dead Sea. And from the translator of the name, this people of the Ocean means sturdy people. The man called Exar joined them later in the reign of the Emperor Trajan after the Savior's incarnation. And he was a false prophet. He wrote a book, supposedly by prophecy or as though by inspired wisdom. They also say that there was another person, Ixes, Alexi's brother. Alexei was deluded by nature and a deliberate fraud. Originally he was a Jew with Jewish beliefs, but he did not live by the law. He introduced one thing after another and formed his own sect and designated salt, water, earth, bread, heaven, ether, and wine as objects for them to swear by as worship. But again, at some time, he designated 7 other witnesses. I mean the sky, water, Holy Spirit, as he said, the angels of prayer, the olive, salt, and earth. He has no use for celibacy, detests continence, and insists on matrimony. And as though by revelation, if you please, he introduced some further figments of his imagination. But he taught hypocrisy by saying that even though one should happen to worship idols in time of persecution, it is not a sin just so long as he does not worship them in his conscience and whatever confession he may make with his mouth. He does not make it in his heart. In addition, the fraud ventured to produce a witness. He said that Phineas, a priest of the stock of Levi, Aaron, and the ancient Phineas, escaped death in Babylon during the captivity by bowing down to the image of Artemis at Susa in the reign of King Darius. Thus, all the things he teaches are false and futile. As has been said earlier, Elizay, excuse my pronunciation, these names, Elizay was connected with the sect I have mentioned, the one called the Oceans. Even today, there are still remnants of it in Nabatea, which is also called Perea, near Moabitis. This people is now known as the Samsians. They imagine that they are calling the next a power revealed, if you please, since El means power, but Zay is hidden. But the whole of the insolence of the custom was exposed in our own time, and incurred serious disgrace in the eyes of those who were capable of perceiving the truth and being certain of it, for the sect still survived. even in our time during the reigns of Constantius and the current emperors. For until Constantius' time, a Marthas and a Marthana, two sisters, descended from Elzay himself, who were worshipped as goddesses in the Ocean territory, because they were descended from this Elzay, if you please. Yet Marthas has recently died, though Marthana is still alive. The deluded sectarians in that country would take even the sister's spittle away with them and the other dirt from their bodies, supposedly as a protection against diseases. They surely didn't work, but something that has gone astray is always proud and ready to be fooled. Evil is a blind thing, and error a stupid one. And how long shall I spend my time in speaking of all this charlatans' lies against the truth? First, by teaching the denial of God and hypocrisy, with his claim that one can participate in the abominable sacrifices of idolatry, deceive the ones who hear him, and deny his own faith with his lips, and not incur sin. It follows that their condition is incurable and cannot be corrected. For if the mouth that confesses the truth is already prepared to lie, who can trust them not to have a deceived heart? The divine word delivers this expressly when he teaches in the Holy Spirit. With the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. In turn, moreover, who supposedly confesses Christ by name when he says Christ is the great King? But from the deceitful false composition of the book of his foolishness, I am not quite sure whether he thought this of our Lord Jesus Christ, for he does not specify this either, but simply says Christ, as though, from what I can gather, he means someone else, or is awaiting someone else. For he forbids prayer facing east. He claimed that one should not face this direction, but should face Jerusalem from all quarters. Some must face Jerusalem, but from east to west, some from west to east, some from north to south, and south to north, so that Jerusalem is faced from every direction. Excuse me. And notice the craziness of the fraud. He bans burnt offerings and sacrifices as something foreign to God, and never offered to him on the authority of the fathers and law. And yet he said we must pray toward Jerusalem, where the altar and sacrifices were. This man who rejects the Jewish custom of eating meat and the rest, and the altar and fire as something foreign to God. In the following words, he claimed that water is fortunate while fire is hostile. Children, go not unto the sight of fire, since ye are deceived, for such a thing is deceit. Thou seest it as very nigh, he says, and yet it is afar off. Go not unto the sight of it, but go rather unto the sound of water. And he has lost all tall tales. And he has lots of tall tales. Then he describes Christ as a kind of power. And even gives his dimensions, his length of 24 Shonay, or 96 miles, and its width of 24 miles. Or 6, Shonay, and similar prodigies about his thickness and feet. And the other story, and the Holy Spirit, a feminine one at that, is like Christ too, and stands like an image above a cloud, and in between two mountains. And I am going to skip the rest so as not to trick the readers hearing into mythology. Later in the book, he practiced a deception with certain words and empty phrases by saying, "Let none seek the interpretation, but let him say these things only in prayer." These two he has taken from the Hebrew, "if you please," as I understand them in part, though as imaginings are worthless. He claims to say, "abhor," and Moab, no child, Dason are no child. This can be interpreted as follows. Let the humiliation which is from my fathers past, the humiliation of their condemnation, degradation and toil, by degradation and condemnation through my father. Let it pass from bygone humiliation by an apostleship of perfection. Excuse me. But all this applies to exile. His power and imposture have come to nothing. If anyone cares to hear one word painfully rendered by one word, I do not mind doing even this for the full satisfaction of those who want to hear them exactly. I shall give his very words in their translation of opposite them. Thus, abhor, let it pass away, and humiliation. Moab is from my fathers, no child of their condemnation. They sin and of their degradation, and of their toil. They sin by degradation, no child in condemnation. And 5:1. This then is the sect of those Essenes, which lives the Jewish life in Sabbath observance, circumcision, and the keeping of the whole law. Only by renouncing the books of Moses does it cause a schism, as the Nazarenes do, since it differs from the other 6 of these 7 sects. One text would be enough to expose its foreignness to God, since the Lord plainly says, the priest in the temple profane the Sabbath. But what can this profanation of the Sabbath be, except that no one did work on the Sabbath, but the priest broke it in the temple by offering sacrifice? and profaned it for the sake of the continual sacrifice of animals. And I shall pass this set by as well, for again, Exang is associated with the Ebionites after Christ, as well as with the Nazarenes who came later. And 4 sets have made use of him because they were bewitched by his imposture. Of those that came after him, the Ebionites and Nazarenes of those before his time, and during it, the Oceans and the Nazarenes, whom I mentioned earlier. This is the 6th set of the 7 in Jerusalem. They persisted until the coming of Christ, and after Christ's incarnation until the capture of Jerusalem by the Emperor Titus, Domitian's brother, but Vespasian's son, in the 2nd year of his father Vespasian's reign. And after Jerusalem's fall, this and the other sets which enjoyed a brief period of celibacy, I mean the Sadducees, scribes, Pharisees, General Baptists, Oceans, Nazarenes, and Herodians, lingered on until at its time, and see, each was dispersed and dissolved. Any sensible person has only to prepare his own remedy from their lunacy itself, in the words of the proclamation of the dead. Then the poor despising their vulgar teaching and chatter, especially as the Lord says at once in the law and in the gospel, "Thou shalt have none other gods." And thou shalt not swear by the name of any other God. And again he says in the gospel, "Swear not, neither by heaven nor by earth, neither any other oath, but let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Whatsoever more than these cometh of the evil one." It is my opinion that the Lord was making a prediction about this, because certain persons would command us to swear by other names. In the first place, because it is wrong to swear by the Lord himself or anything else. Swearing is of the evil one. Hence, it was the evil one who spake in exile, the one who compelled him not only to swear by God, but also by salt, water, but also by salt, water, bread, ether, wind, earth, and heaven. Anyone willing to be cruel, willing to be cured, need only take an antidote, and passing as it were through the 2 arguments in opposition to exact imposture. Next, passing by exact nonsense and the deceitfulness of this set, I shall oppose the rebuttal of the 7th set, which was current among the Jews of that period, and it is thus. I'm going to go ahead and read the Herodians, part 20. Now, part 20. Excuse me. Part 20. Epiphanius against the Herodians. 1:1 through 3:4. And it reads, and again, after this set and the others, there was a seventh called the set of Herodians. These had nothing different but were altogether Jews, good for nothing, and hypocrites. They believed, however, that Herod was Christ, thought that the Christ awaited in all scriptures of the law and prophets, thought that the Christ awaited in all scriptures of the law and prophets was Herod himself, and were proud of Herod because they were deceived by him. This was because, besides holding a vain opinion, in order to gratify the reigning king,
Call from SP Jude, the RH.
and again, after this set and the others, there was a seventh called the set of Herodians. They had nothing different but were altogether Jews, good for nothing, and heavy. They believed that Herod was Christ, thought that the Christ awaited in all scriptures and the law and prophet was Herod himself. And 1:2, and were proud of Herod because they were deceived by him. This was because, besides holding a vain opinion in order to gratify the reigning king, they were won to it by the wording of the text. There shall not fail a leader from Judah, nor a ruler out of his loins, till he come from whom it is prepared, or for whom are the things prepared, as the other copies say. This was because Herod was the son of an Antipater of Ashkelon, a temple slave of the idol of Apollo. This Antipater's father was named Herod, and he too was the son of an Antipater. Antipater was taken prisoner by Idumeans and fathered Herod during his stay in Idumea, since his father was poor and could not ransom his son, Antipater. He remained there for a long time as a slave. But later, with his young son Herod, he was ransomed by public subscription and returned home. And this is why some call him an Idumean, though others know he was from Ashkelon. Afterwards, he made friends with Demetrius, was appointed governor of Judea, and became acquainted with the Emperor Augustus. Because of his governorship, he became a apostolate, was circumcised himself and circumcised his son Herod. The rule of the Jews was allotted to Herod, and he was king in Judea as a tributary ruler under the Emperor Augustus. Since this person of Gentile extraction was reigning as king, while the crown had come down in succession from Judah and David, but the rulers and patriarchs of the tribe of Judah had come to an end, and the crown had passed over to a Gentile. The mistaken belief that he was Christ seemed persuasive to the opinion of the deluded. In consequence of the wording of the text I have quoted, there should not fail a ruler from Judah till he come, for whom it is prepared. It was as though they were obliged to take it in the sense of it was prepared for this ruler. The rulers from Judah have failed, and this one is not descended from Judah. Indeed, is not a descendant of Israel at all. The role of Christ was prepared for someone like this. But what follows refutes them, because it says he is the expectation of the nations, and in him shall the peoples hope. Which of the nations hoped in Herod? Which expectation of the nation awaits Herod? How did they think he slept as a lion, and as a lion's cub, who shall raise him up, applied? Whether Herod washed his garment in blood, or his covering in the blood of the cluster, as our Lord Jesus Christ did by spattering his body with his own blood, and his covering with the blood of the cluster. No, consider what I say, for the Lord will give thee understanding all things. For the purification of the whole of the Lord's people. Excuse me. He came to cleanse their teeth of men's teaching with his own blood, since these had been stained in the blood of fat and unlawful sacrifice. And why should I say the multitude of things that suggest themselves? There are many, and the time I have for the rebuttal of these sins does not permit me to prolong the discussion. At all events, these were the 7 sets in Israel and Jerusalem and Judea, and the 4 I mentioned in Samaritans and Samaria. But most of them have been eliminated. There are no scribes any longer, no Pharisees, Sadducees, Heberobaptists, or Herodians. There are only a handful of Nazarenes, perhaps 1 or 2 above the upper Thebaid and beyond Arabia, and the remnant of Oceans no longer practicing Judaism but join with the Samsites, who in their turn live in a territory beyond the Dead Sea. Now, however, they have been united with the sect of the Ebionites. And as a result, they have lapsed from Judaism, as though a snake's tail or body had been cut off, and a snake with 2 heads and no tail had sprouted from it, grown on and attached to a body, chopped in half. So much for my discussion of the 4 Samaritans and the 7 Jewish sects, none of which exist any longer, except just 3 Samaritan ones. I mean those of the Gorothenes, those Athenians, and Sabunians, but no Essenes at all, as though they had been buried in darkness. And there are no more sects among the Jews except those of the Oceans and a few isolated Nicereans. But OCNs have abandoned Judaism for the sake of the Sampsians, who are no longer either Jews or Christians, that will that will do for these. So today, I read from the Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated Red Master, Book 1, Section 1, Part 19. Epiphanes against the OCNs, 1:1 through 6:5, and Part 20. Epiphanes against the Herodians, 1:1 through 3:4. before I end my video, that's on my mind. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, world renowned. I mean, words can't even say. Just saying the name Archbishop Desmond Tutu, people all over the world, they know who you're talking about. But a man who spent all his life trying to stand for what's right. Stand for what's right. And passed away at the age of 90. And we're going to always remember Archbishop Desmond Tutu and all his contributions to mankind. And you can learn a lot from a man, from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Like I said, a smart man, smart person. They make smart choices and decisions. Make smart choices and decisions. I'm gonna get ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric B. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of state of Tennessee. Thank all my family, my support for your continued courage, support, and always put God first. Thank God for all the blessings and the guidance that God provides about me. And I hope and pray that everyone had a Merry Christmas. And New Year's is coming this Friday. New Year's Eve, Saturday, New Year's Day. Hope and pray everyone the coming year be blessed by God. And I'm gonna get ready to end today's video. And take care of yourself. Wish each and every one of you in the very best. And always, like I said earlier, I ain't gonna never forget young Dolph Thornton Jr. And I'm very optimistic that those responsible, that those cowards who committed that cowardly act, they will be apprehended, charged, and convicted. And they will be punished. They're going to be held accountable and responsible for the cowardly crime that they committed. I'm very optimistic.